Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are having a wonderful day. Today's plans. I've got a whole bunch more renders I need to get over for the dual wield animations. And should be able to at least start applying layering data to it. So, we'll see where we get to. Let's see. Let's go ahead and make sure the next render starts or even doing startup. Stream playlist. Oh, wait, that's right. You guys can hear it, but I can't. There we go. Now it's fixed. Whoops. Let's see. I think I've got all the right-handed stuff done. I did make a bit of a change. No, I didn't. Not finish right hand. Don't think. I don't know. No, I can't remember. Oh, dum-dum. Can't remember what the last thing I rendered was because, one, these are ever so slightly different. I do remember the last version that I liked did have this cutting through the thumb here. Maybe I'm now second guessing that. See, that looks fine. That's fine. That's proper blade alignment and whatnot. The stick is just awkward. Well, since I'm unsure, yep, since I'm unsure, let's just make sure it's done again. God, there's gonna be so many images to sort through and so many... I probably have like 3 or 4 duplicate renders just because I lost track of where I was. And part of that was I did like 2 or 3 and then realized I didn't like the positioning of the model. So I did a little itty-bitty change and then started re-rendering and didn't update my checklist because I was dumb. Also because by that point it was like 1 a.m. so don't judge me too harshly, please. Let's see. Interesting gaming discoveries. Played a bit more of Warframe, and I talked yesterday about how much love was poured into that game. Now, when I mention how much maybe, and this is kind of just a cost of being such a long-lived game, So it's a downside of their continued success is that game's been in development for a long time. Like, I think they're over 10 years now, right? It's like 9 to 11 years, something like that. Official release. Yeah, so 12 and a half years they've been around. And because it's not quite accurate to call it an MMO. It's an online multiplayer action RPG, call it. Think Guild Wars 1, but in the form of a ninja space shooter. The problem with a game that existing that long and receiving continuous updates is now there's so many systems. And since I'm a returning player, I don't have a lot of the slow rollout of those features that you expect for a new player experience. And this is the same problem that all the MMOs that we've looked at that have failed in building up to or evolving into their modern incarnations. It's a similar problem that a lot of them have had, where there's so much information that's been layered onto the initial game that it's too much for players to take in. As a returning player, I don't even have their attempts at slowing that down, because last time I played was like 6 years ago, and I don't want to start a new account because I have a bunch of stuff already built out that I wanted to keep. But the game has just thrown system after system after system at me, and I have no clue what I should be focused on. And so what I've kind of defaulted to doing is just finding a new warframe, or analogous to like a character class in other games, and just hunting for that. And I'm sort of making my own case for what new systems to try out. Because back when I last played, they had just introduced what they were calling like small open worlds, which they're basically just really, really big open fields where you're given a list of objectives to accomplish in order. What they call bounties. Very, very cool. Not a massive change from what I had experienced before. And they had just introduced the syndicate system, which is where you have a whole bunch of factions, you pick one to favor, and you can build up reputation with them to unlock specific weapons and whatnot. Well, now there are so many factions. And they're not exclusive from each other anymore. Like the syndicates, you pick one to be working on at a time. And they're arranged so that if you gain favor with one, you lose that same amount of favor with another. There's a slightly more complexity to it than that, but that's the basic gist of this. Oh, and it's worth noting, you have a maximum amount of favor you can gain within a day. Great, fantastic. That limits your focus. Well, every single faction they've added since, and they've added like, what? There's, trying to go through the list real quick. So like, one planet I know of has 3 factions on it. Next planet I'm thinking of has 3 more factions on it. The one after that has at least 2. I think it has 3 factions on it. So we're up to 9 factions added, and there's no mutual exclusivity. And their daily game limits are independent. So in theory, I don't have to make a choice on what to level up each day. I can try to level up everything, but there's not enough time in the day for that, of course. So, but it still puts in your head as a player, oh, to be optimal, I should be trying to max all of these at once. And it's not obvious which of those groups give you the most gain to unlock the next thing. Because I know there's a whole bunch of stuff I haven't unlocked yet. And I want to make sure that I'm working toward those things. But yeah, it's definitely overwhelming. And again, this is not strictly a bad thing. This is a consequence of years and years and years of success. Because if I were a player that had stayed with the game consistently, and they didn't have all of these layers of complexity, all of these separate systems, I would be bored to tears and I would have left. So what do? It's a tough problem. Like, how do you create new content for existing players that isn't going to overwhelm, like, there's a few competing interests here. So one, how do you make new content that doesn't devalue the time investment of your existing players, first of all? Like, and the basic problem there is power creep. So the most basic way to create new content that players are incentivized to play through is power creep. Like that's the most simple, brain-dead solution to that problem. Because if the new thing coming out is stronger than the existing thing, well then there's your obvious incentive to get the new thing. Gacha games have this all over the place. We've talked about how MiHoYo, up until Fontaine, was fairly resistant to power creep. Now, obviously that has very much changed, but for quite a few years, I think, what was that? 1, 2, basically 3 years, there was I would argue a minimal amount of power creep in the first 3 years of development. Very impressive. And the main draw for getting new characters was just, look, new shiny character. Nowadays, there's power creep, because that's the quickest and easiest way to get players interested. Like, oh, well, that new character does 20% more damage than my existing characters. Well, obviously I want that extra power. Great. But in doing that, you're definitely going to get some players to leave, because the response from those players, and when I say response, I just mean what they do, not necessarily that you're ever going to hear from these people, is they stop playing because you've invalidated their existing characters that they've put a lot of time into. So how do you not have that problem? Well, another way of creating this new content that people have an incentive to play is to create new systems. And what this means is everyone, regardless of their amount of current investment into the game, like essentially how powerful they've made their characters, everyone is incentivized to do the new content because everyone is starting from zero in that new system. So let's say, as the most basic example, let's say a game creates a new equipment slot. So let's say there's never been an accessory, and let's take World of Warcraft. Let's pretend in an alternate universe, World of Warcraft started and there was only one equipment slot, your weapon. Okay? And then to add a new layer of complexity, some new content, they add hats that have stats. Awesome. Now, whether you're a brand new player or a super seasoned player, everyone needs a hat now. Cool. You're incentivized to do that new content, regardless of what type of player you are in this hypothetical. L. Okay, now everyone has a hat, and you need a new feature update, because all of your existing players are caught up. You need to give them a reason to log in that day. Okay, make a new slot. Well, if you keep doing this, eventually, there's going to be a whole bunch of equipment slots. And how much is too much? And this, of course, is just a sort of isolated version of the problem of adding systems over time. And I imagine a part of how let me rephrase that. I imagine how some developers solve this problem is move on to a new game. Because at a certain point, you've added as much complexity as you want to add. And adding more in order to give existing players more things to do is just an overall detriment to new players. Because there's just so many systems and it becomes unapproachable. What do I need to do? Yeah, I'm not doing this event on stream. Doop-a-doop. Anything I need to do right now? I don't think so. Nope. Awesome. But it's an interesting game design problem of how do you create more content for players that doesn't detriment new or existing players. And the go make a new game answer might be the best answer. But that's obviously a lot less economical for a developer. Like, adding a new feature to an existing game is so astronomically cheaper than going to make a new game that obviously that's going to be the preferred thing to do if your goal is making money. And at least up to a certain point, that has to be the goal of every developer. Now, every developer is going to have a different amount of money they feel they need to make. Like, for me, with my game, when it releases, I will be completely and totally satisfied with the results of that release and the sales if it can support the development of my next title. That's it. If it's enough money to support me financially up through releasing whatever my next game is afterward, wonderful success. But that's not the same goal that some developers have. So you have other development studios that they want a game to be able to support all of their employees as long as possible. This is going to be things like your League of Legends, where League of Legends has just been continually updated forever. And they've developed a system where they continually have new characters coming out. Though they have a separate problem. They have a balance problem. Because every new character they add has an exponentially growing level of complexity of balancing that character with the rest of the roster. And eventually, one of two things is going to happen with games like League of Legends. And we'll just keep using them as a specific example, but this applies to any and all MOBAs. At a certain point, the cost to develop a new character and properly balance it is either going to go so high that it's no longer financially viable to continue to release new characters, or let's just pull up a visual, or you will drop your quality standards on balancing these characters. At a certain point, one of the two has to happen. Because let's say we're up... So how many characters do they have now? Number of champions. What are they up to? I haven't... 171. So this is an oversimplification because the way a new character interacts with other characters is really based on the whole team they're with. But let's say at a most basic level, you have, let's just say, a 2v2 scenario. So what is the complexity of testing the balance of one new character in a 2v2 scenario? Okay. So we have, and I can almost guarantee this is not done right now. There's no way they're testing this many permutations actively. The only way you could get testing on this level is basically you release it with as best a balance as you can come up with and let the player data show you what actually is happening. Your players are your testers once you get up to this level. So what I was talking about a second ago, where at a certain point your quality standard has to drop, they've already long hit that. And I'll show you why. So even ignoring full team compositions, 2v2 scenario. Testing balance of new character. Okay. So, existing roster. 171. Adding one character. Okay, so how many different scenarios did we just add? Right? So we've got 172 combinations for our character times 171 different options for who's ever standing next to us in this 2v2 times 172 choices of the person opposing us, or one of the people opposing us, times 171 choices for the other person opposing us. So this is just testing 2v2 fights. What number are we up to? How many different test scenarios are there for this? And remember, we're even ignoring items. Like, there's a bajillion different item combinations you could throw into this on every single one of these characters. It's impossible for a finitely sized company to test all these combinations. Honestly, I'm just running this number. I'll bet this is more than the number of matches that happen within a year. So, almost a billion combinations. And if you throw in the concept of item builds here, like, this is going to be in the... Let's see. Let's actually just assume each character has 2 optimal builds. Like, generally, you know how you're building certain characters with some slight variation based on, like, who your opponents are and what they're focusing on. So let's say 2 per. Well, that's 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. Okay, that's 16. $14 billion test cases. Okay. How many employees does Riot have? League is made by Riot, right? Developer? Yeah, Riot Games. Riot Games number of employees. Okay. That's actually way bigger than I thought it was. So let's take the smaller number and let's just pretend every single one of them is a tester, which is obviously not the case, but let's just assume that. Okay, that's still every single one of them having to execute almost 2 million test cases in order to add one character if you're testing the balance of every character. And that's assuming you only run every test once. And for balancing purposes, each of these tests would have to be run at least 100 times. Okay? So let's go back. This is... I know I need to get to work, but this is an interesting discussion to have because this is going to be so relevant to any aging game. And this is a big argument for developers deciding to just move on to the next game instead of continually updating an existing game. Okay, so... And I want to point out how this comports with what I said before, where adding a new feature is astronomically cheaper than building a new game. Well, that's only up until you hit this wall. Okay, so we've got our 14 billion. How many League matches are played online every year? Or there might be a stat on a per day basis. Actually, well, let's ask it a different way. They might have released this data. League of Legends. Come on. It would be really nice if they release this play data. Dang. There we go. How about League of Legends average player count? Here we go. So 30 to 40 million daily active users. So here's where you're getting your testing. And this is what I was talking about, doing just sort of your best effort balancing and let the players tell you what is and isn't working. Now, I would imagine a decent chunk of that 7,500 employees is people focused on the community, like just community management types. And it's a weird title to give them because their main job in that case is going to be just talking to the users and getting user feedback in order to figure out where the balance problems are, to narrow down the scope of what the development teams need to test and what they need to potentially rebalance. So 30 to 40 million a day, that's actually going to bring this down. Let's take the smaller number because I'm using hand wavy magic math numbers anyway. So I don't want to overinflate this because I'm already going to be dramatically overinflating this. Let's pretend that 30 million is testing all of your test scenarios. Okay. So this, but remember, each team is comprised of 5. So 5v5, 10. You divide that by 10. So we've divided by 3 million. And this is the number of rounds of matches. So let's pretend all of them are having consecutive matches. Just to overly simplify when this is happening. Well, every single team that's doing these matches is going to need to play. Wow, I did not realize how big this number was going to end up being. 4,600 matches. So that's still on a daily basis. So bye bye 365. So even every one of your players playing one match per day and not using the same champion multiple times, like, or I messed up my math. I messed up my math on this. So this is to test all 2v2 scenarios. What I did not do, what I did wrong is this. Okay. So I need to divide this by 172. Okay, and let's put the convert back to days. So if your player base is playing exactly the matches you need them to play, then they will test every combination you need over the course of a month for League of Legends. Well, one, that's obviously not happening. And because, well, one, you've got tons of players that have a list of like 3 champions that's what they play. And they don't care to branch off into new champions. So we're definitely overly inflating the amount of testing that your this player base is doing, but it still illustrates the point. So in order to get proper usage data for all of these test scenarios, you want to have probably 100 iterations of each test scenario, probably. So even in near perfect world scenario where all of your players are doing exactly what you need them to test every combination, it's still going to take you 10 years for your player base to test this. Now, when we were back in the employees are testing it, that was that would have taken, doing some fuzzy math real quick, would have taken probably 1,500 years for your employees to test. Well, that's if they're doing 1 test per day. You could assume probably 10 tests per day, 20 minutes, and I'm not going to say they're playing matches 8 hours a day. Matches are around 20 minutes. Let's be nice and say 30. For 6 hours, 12. So it's still taking you over 100 hours or 100 years to test all those scenarios as your company. Obviously, that's not happening. You can't even get close to that. And even with 30 million testers in this hypothetical, it's still taking you about a month to get through one, so 10 years to get proper usage data. They've well surpassed the wall of too much complexity and balancing. And at a certain point, and I imagine you've got people complaining endlessly about Riot's balancing. Without a doubt, you're going to have people complaining about it constantly because it's just, like we've just seen with the numbers, it's not possible to have solid balancing before a character releases. There's absolutely no way to handle that. And as far as balancing based on player feedback, or player data, I should say, there's no way to do that. Like we've just shown, in order to get even a semblance of useful data from just analytics, like ignoring what players say about it and taking the purely scientific approach in terms of how does that character perform in relation to others, at minimum, it's going to take you a year to get enough play data to be slightly useful on that. Okay? So now, your only other source of information is what your players tell you. And I'm sure, or I should say, something I've seen in relation to League and many, many games is where people will complain that the developer sees a bunch of complaints and just knee-jerk reactions to balance out based on that player feedback. Like, oh, my favorite champion was nerfed into the ground because people complained. Well, what else are they supposed to do? I mean, what can you do? You can't use analytics, or you can't use your employees to test this stuff at full scale because you won't be finished within the next 50 lifetimes. So your long into the future descendants could finish the testing. Okay. That could finish the first round of testing. And really, you'd want like 100 data points of this, so we're talking 5,000 generations from now. You will finally finish your balance testing for one character. Wait. Or 5,000 divided by 172. Okay. Okay. 30 generations from now, you'll finish testing one character. Woo. So that option is out for accomplishing this task. Based on analytics, you're still going to take years to get proper usage data. So your only option is to just trust that your players, at least, and there's a whole bunch of different ways to analyze how valuable an individual player's feedback is, but there's a lot of work to be done just in collecting that information from players to figure out what you need to be testing and balancing. And there's just no other way. Like, the only answer here is, for a game like League of Legends, is trust that your players are giving you good feedback. And it's a balancing act, because there's going to be bad feedback in there, and occasionally you're going to make balancing updates that are wrong based on that player feedback. I knew these numbers were going to be big. I didn't realize they were going to be this big. This is a fascinating problem. And to remind people where we got, how we got here, this all started with the discussion of how do you introduce new content into an existing game such that it doesn't degrade the experience for existing players or new players. And the League of Legends approach of new characters being released and balanced is a pretty solid way to not be a detriment to either version of your player base. But it has this problem, the balancing problem. Hey there, Matt. How's it going? Yeah, and so at a certain point, like I was saying, their ability to balance, one, is completely contingent on players providing proper data. Or I shouldn't say data, because it's not data, it's very much subjective to their experience with these characters. Based on your ability to ascertain the truth in that fog of subjective information. And that just degrades over time. So there's going to be a wall. I don't know how many characters it is, and I suspect it's probably already been hit, where after a certain number of characters, the quality of your game will necessarily degrade. Now, whether that degradation in quality is going to lead to a reduction in player base, who knows? I don't know that we've ever had a game with this level of complexity. Do they really balance games like League based on player feedback? Isn't that purely analytical by now? By just checking pick rates, win rates, etc.? So I just ran the numbers on that, and in order to get enough useful data for purely analytical analysis, with let's assume 30 million active users per day, actively testing exactly the right combinations of characters, and we're only looking at 2v2. So eliminate the rest of the complexity of the team. So we're not even analyzing 5v5 combinations. We're also not analyzing item builds. We're only focused on 2v2 pairings. So like something like 1/10,000th of the number of combinations we should really be testing. So just 2v2s, ignoring items. It would take you about 10 years of player data under all those optimized settings to have useful analytics on this. I'll be generous and say you only want 10 iterations of each. It's gonna take you a year. Under this perfect scenario, you'll never get. So that says to me it's literally impossible with any practical sense. I guess I shouldn't say it that way. It is practically impossible to balance things purely analytically. It would be great if you could, but there's just too much complexity because of how many champions are in the game now. For reference, 171. And I think I ran the numbers and it was like 14 billion different testing combinations. Let me re-multiply that out. Oh, so, sorry. 5 million different combinations of just 2v2s. Well, but they do make balancing updates each 2 weeks, and I guess they are fine with stuff not being perfect, since that's probably impossible anyway. But just having a meta that is playable is probably much less complex, I guess. Well, the whole point of looking at this is how can you collect that data? Like we're looking at the problem of, as you increase the number of characters, you're exponentially increasing the complexity of balancing that. And what I'm trying to show here is that there's no way to have a scientific approach to balancing at this point. When you have 10 characters, sure, you can pretty easily test every combination. At least once, right? So even if you are getting perfect data out of your one test case, well, at 10, perfectly possible to test all of those. But when you have 5 million combinations, what do you do? Seriously, how can you possibly test this? Well, you can't. So you leave it up to the player base. Well, and remember, teams are comprised, or like a match is 10 people. So this 30 million, really only 3 million people play, or 3 million matches in an ideal world. Yeah, so the point is, even analytics, you can't do it. It's not possible. And you mentioned balancing patches every 2 weeks. Well, I can guarantee in a 2-week cycle, they are not getting enough data to perform an actual analysis of that data. Because a thing to remember is the lower your sampling or your sample size for any sort of data, the larger your inherent error in that data is going to be. This is why you repeat experiments over and over and over again to get more reliable data. but isn't that kind of the strength of not being able to balance it perfectly? Since it's impossible to make a perfect balancing, the meta will shift from time to time, forcing players to adapt, find new strong stuff, etc. So you're saying that's the strength. You're saying it's a strength to not have proper balance there, but I would argue forcing players into scenarios is not something a developer should be doing unintentionally. Which, by the fact that they don't have the information to properly balance, it can't be intentional. Like, if we're talking about creating a new type of match where you can't equip items, okay, that is an intentional forcing of the player into a situation. Like, you're knowing going in, this is what's happening. Whereas introducing a new character that's, just doing double the damage of any other character, well, that's... I mean, I guess you could intentionally do that, but... And that would force a meta change. But do you know anyone who would be in favor of that happening? Like, it's... Forcing meta changes, I don't think is smart. Just inherently. Like, meta can change on its own, sure, as certain place, and I think one of the great places where this happens is Pokemon. Pokemon battling is, and preparing a team for something like a tournament is almost entirely based on perception. What strategies do you think your opponents are going to use so that you can build a strategy to counter those? Now, does Pokemon have a balancing problem as well? Yes. To me, it keeps the player base interested for such a long time as League has done. Yes, it's not intentional, but a nice side effect. Like, you can't make it perfect anyway, but changing it up from time to time just makes it more interesting long term. So, and maybe this is just something I don't understand because I don't like that style of game. It's entirely possible this is a blind spot of mine, but in my experience with games, when a developer is bad at balancing, I'm less likely to want to play that game. Because then I am very, very much disincentivized from playing the characters or classes or whatever that I want to play. Now, the games I prefer to play are going to be typically RPGs. Whether that's an MMORPG, whatever. And if I go into a game and me choosing to play a warrior is just inherently worse than playing a knight. Like, the knight is just better than the warrior at everything the warrior is supposed to do. Well, then I'm disincentivized from playing the thing I want to play. And I don't think that's... I suspect that is a problem that happens in League with its player base, where you have a couple characters that you want to play, and a new character is introduced that just power creeps your character. Or one of your characters. I think in any genre besides online competitive game, balancing needs to be on point. But wouldn't competitive games necessarily need more balance? Like, So, for example, offline games balance, assuming all options are at least like all, let's take class selection as the metric we're looking at right now. Assuming all available classes are capable of beating the offline game, balance is kind of irrelevant at that point. You've even got things like Final Fantasy 1 challenge runs, where everyone pretty much accepts the Red Mage is the easiest solo challenge run you can do. And I think it's what? Black Mage is the hardest, something like that. So I would argue balance in all of offline gaming is going to be less relevant than any online game, just because your bar you have to meet with all your different permutations is a lot lower. Assuming you don't have a ridiculously hard game and then undertuned characters, but like that should be pretty obvious. Plus, the amount of things you need to test for that are going to be a lot less. Then let's move into online games where things are mostly cooperative. Like let's leave competitive for last. Well, what happens if you have an undertuned character class in a cooperative game? Well, first thing that's going to happen is players who choose that class are going to be deprioritized in team selection by the rest of the player base. It will happen. Like the example I talked about with Warrior and Knight. If the Knight is just better at, let's say, tanking than the Warrior, and it also does more damage, like it's better at grabbing aggro, it's better at damage than the Warrior, then when it comes to team play, players are going to preference Knights over Warriors. Well, if you're someone who wanted to play a Warrior, you're out of luck. So balancing is definitely important there, but at the very least, assuming the Warrior is capable of running most of the content, you can go play alone on a lot of MMOs. I've done that. There's been games I've played, MMOs that I basically played solo. I had a class I wanted to play. Because of my class selection and bad balancing in those games, I wasn't able to do a lot of the multiplayer content. But at least I could play a lot of the content. I had that option. Then you've got competitive games, where improper balancing is effectively removing characters from your roster over time. So if you have characters that are just better than other characters, there's going to be generally two experiences with the weaker characters. You're going to have newer players that try those characters and get existing players mad at them. Excuse me. Been talking too long, I need to hydrate. Woo! And you're going to have your longer standing, more experienced players that are going to know, oh, those characters are outclassed. They basically don't exist anymore. Like, you have a shielder that was released 8 years ago, and you have a new shielder released now, and the new one does everything the old one does, just better. Well, as far as the player base is concerned, the established player base that's been with the game for years, that old character has just been removed from the game, in a practical sense. Because unless you want to actively detriment your team, you're not picking that character. and there's a little bit of work that goes into this with the pick and ban system, but the point still stands that improper balancing has tangible detriments to your game. And in the case of competitive games specifically, improper balance has the strongest negative effect on, or actually, strongest negative effect on weaker characters. Like we talked about with offline, where kind of irrelevant. Not totally irrelevant, but in comparison, kind of irrelevant to properly balance. Then you've got cooperative online, where it's relevant up to the point where the player can choose to progress solo. Fine. Then you've got competitive, where outside of new players accidentally choosing the bad champions or bad characters, those old characters just don't even exist in the game anymore, as far as anyone's concerned. And I think that's a big problem. Big problem. Anywho. I mean, I can only speak out of experience from the League point of view, where even the worst characters, based on win pick rate on a given patch, well, yes, they aren't getting played a lot, but there's usually so much one can get out of weak character based on skill that for most players who are not in the top 1% of pros can still play any champ and be extremely good. Worst champions. Let's see. Let's see. Or here, let's just go with this way. Lowest win rate champion. So, Matt, if you play League actively, I have some homework for you. Let's see. Interesting. Skarner being the lowest. That's very interesting to me. So let me zoom this in so you guys can see what we're looking at. And let's look at lowest pick rate. Skarner. Actually, I think that probably the most interesting is the ban rate. Like, who do people not want to go up against? Or I should say, who do people most want to go up against? Renata Glask. So if you're actively playing League, homework for you, and I want you to report back. If you have time, of course. Go do some matches as Skarner. And do some matches as Renata Glask. And let me know. Yeah, and I think, and when I was saying that these characters effectively don't exist in the game, you're talking about less than 1% of matches feature the, so less than 1 in 100 matches does anyone pick these. Statistically, you should have what? There's 171 characters. Minimum of 5 characters picked in every match. What would be the pick? My brain can't do this right now. Plus, I need to get to work. Point is, for long-standing players, I still believe that improper balance effectively removes characters from play. Like, obviously, you're always going to have some people playing these things. And one thing I would love to know in the pick rate here is two things. One, just generally, how is this calculated? Because because this can't just be how often relative to the other characters this is picked, because even if every character were picked this many times, or picked that often, that's still over 100% picks. So like, I don't understand where that calculation's coming from exactly. Two, is ARAM, all random, all mid, part of this? Because if ARAM is part of this statistic, then the pick rate may be 0. Oh, this is only part of ranked solo duo. Interesting to have pick rate for ARAM. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Also, why is there so much deviation for picks in ARAM? What? Yeah, I don't know what these stats mean. Like, the pick rate, I have no idea what that means. Until shown otherwise by some sort of example or some sort of data that has a meaningful definition, they define their pick rate here. Don't see any like little info bubble on. PG, how is pick rate calculated? And one thing you said there, any character can be picked and still play extremely good. I would take issue with the term extremely in that statement. I think it is certainly possible for people to play good with any champion. Extremely good, not so sure. They're saying this is based on... Oh, and this is only ranked. Yeah, I don't know. I would need to really know how this data is calculated and break it down. Hey, that's done. Render. In any case, I stand by my analysis, which says that as a game continues to exist with new updates, you necessarily run into problems just by existing for so long and having so many updates. Whether that is through power creep, invalidating the choices that players have already made, whether that is having just an increasing level of complexity to your game because you're layering on new systems, and the other option is the theme park. So, time out. Then there's the adding new characters like League of Legends, which has the balancing problem. And something I want to point out for what you were saying, Matt, is the balancing patches are not there to shape the meta, but they are to mitigate the effect of imbalances on the meta. That's why they do that. Because they don't want existing characters to be invalidated. Otherwise, why worry about balance at all? Just make every new champion stronger than all the existing ones, and, well, it shifts the meta. Great. Shifting meta's a good thing, question mark? You got cut off. The last point I was making is, as you have increased time as a game that's being updated, you're running into problems. Whether that is power creep, which invalidates selections made by existing players, whether that is the increased complexity of adding new systems into your game, which makes the game less and less approachable by new players as you get more and more systems. Whether that is the balancing problem, where, and what I was talking about there is, you had said effectively, or I'm going to be very reductionist with describing what you said for a second. Essentially, that balance problems are fine because the meta shifts. Well, the whole reason they're doing those balance patches is to mitigate the effect of those imbalances, or try to remove the effect of those imbalances on the meta. Because a new character comes out, the meta's changed, and they say, oh, that did too much to change the meta. We need to somehow shift that. Otherwise, just constantly release stronger and stronger champions, right? Because if shifting meta is good, just always having stronger champions is going to do that. Riot does openly state that they try to kind of shape the game with the Otex. I don't know what that word is. To make it faster, more snowbally, etc. But yes, they also do them to fix stuff. I mean, making teams more and characters more snowbally doesn't change whether or not they need to be balanced relative to each other. That's a whole separate metric and separate goal to just having balance. Because you can have two characters that are completely and totally imbalanced that are equally snowbally. I'll get to your comment in just a second. I wanted to finish off what I was saying about the different types of problems you run into. So you've got power creep, you've got increased complexity, you got balance. There was one other that I had in mind that I lost. I dropped that thought. What was that? Adding new content. Oh, right. The one I had left out is the new content you're adding isn't meaningful, is the other option. You see this a lot with the theme park style MMOs. One of the best examples of this that just kept releasing slightly stronger theme park content was DC Universe Online. Generally speaking, the way DC Universe Online worked in the past was an episode gets released, the gear score for that new episode is like 5 points higher than the last one, so you go run that content, get slightly better gear, and then you wait for the next episode to release. That's sort of how that worked. And each new episode was not meaningfully different than the previous one. It was just more. So that's another way to try to solve this problem. And I had left that out of my analysis earlier, so there you are. That is one option. And probably the least offensive of them, but is also the most likely to bore your player base, because it's just having more of the same thing with essentially aesthetic differences. Let's see, Matt. But also, I don't believe you can balance such a game really with such high skill difference. Like, the pro meta is oftentimes very different from the low yellow. You can't be using these you can't be using these abbreviations with me. I don't know League. And I need to translate for the people like me who don't know. Low ELO meaning bad casual gamers. Regardless of meta, the balancing effects or the effects of improper balancing are going to be felt on both. It's going to be... So, for example, let's say you have a really good player in ranked who exclusively plays bad champions. Well, they're necessarily going to be ranked lower than they would be if they played better champion. And at least theoretically, part of your goal in playing ranked is to grow in the ranks. Theoretically. And for casual players, well, the problem with imbalances for casual players is a casual player is much like myself, is much more likely to attach themselves to a specific champion. And if that champion is improperly balanced, that player is very likely to drop the game. And I'm assuming the developers want to retain players. And I mean, clearly what they're doing is working right now. And I'm in no way suggesting what they're doing isn't working. Like, we saw the 30 to 40 million daily players. That's fantastic. That's astronomical success. What I'm saying is, the balancing is part of their strategy for keeping players. And what those balances are intended to do, like, I've looked through balancing notes many times, and the goal is to minimize the effects of new champions on the meta. They want the player base to drive meta, because that, in theory, like, in a perfectly balanced system, you're still going to have meta shifts. I've heard this argument before that if a game is perfectly balanced, then the meta will never change. That's nonsense. And the best example of this is going back to what I said about Pokemon, where the meta shifts all the time, even without a new game coming out. Because a strategy becomes popular, so more people build counters to that. That counter becomes the new prominent strategy to those meta decisions. So a new strategy comes about to combat that, and it's constantly evolving, even without any balance changes. Well, kind of like in League, there are champs, which are very hard to play. But when you can play them well, very strong. So Riot has to keep him very bad. I want to edit what you said there. Comparatively bad balancing wise, because as soon as he becomes viable for casual players, he'll be extremely overpowered for pros. So I guess the only solution is to be okay with having unplayable champs. So I think it's valid to have champions that are predominantly balanced around competitive. And I would actually argue you should try to target all of your balancing in a game like League around competitive. Because on the casual side, you want champions that give players the option to get better. You also want champions that you don't need to get better, so that the casual players have choices that are simple to play. Because if you're going to have characters that just underperform in competitive, then why are they there? Like, are they just there so your casual players have a toy to play with? And hey, maybe that's Riot's logic on some of those champions. I don't know. But we are almost an hour and a half into discussing balancing and the problem of long-lived games. Like, just by nature of being long-lived, it produces problems for them. I need to get to work. No, dude. I wanted to have most of this discussion anyway, and having someone to bounce ideas off of, especially someone with a differing opinion on the importance of balancing within a game like League, thank you so much. That's hugely valuable. And for anyone new on my channel, these tangents are going to happen all the time, because this is part of how I learn game dev. So if you want to see someone who's constantly on task, you need another channel. But if you want someone who's going to try and dig into the numbers and learn things like this, stick around. What kind of game are you working on? I am making sort of a redux of the Survivors genre. So, you know, games like Vampire Survivors. I'm taking that genre and removing the lack of persistence. So I'm creating a game where you're thrown into an arena, you battle a bunch of monsters, and afterwards you level up. And the goal is just, it's a grind game. You level up, get stronger, go to new areas, go to new difficulties, get stronger, level up more, unlock new attacks. Think action RPG without the story. So, like, imagine if Diablo 3 was just Greater Rifts. That's it. Very, very, very pared down. All right. More like levels and not just an infinite run. Correct. Yeah, I do plan on having every stage have a final boss for that stage. You beat that and you get some experience bonus. And part of the longevity of this game is going to be just having a bunch of different classes to select. The goal is 30 playable classes. And I did pull that number out of thin air, so like very much loosey-goosey based on what I can come up with. But generally I want about 30 classes, each class having about 3 different skills you can socket into it, and then having multi-classing where attacks will programmatically chain together. So the example I've been using before is you have an archer main class with a subclass of mage. When you shoot an arrow into an enemy, it then shoots off a fireball in another direction. As just a sort of very basic example of that. Thank you, thank you. I think it will be. For years and years, I've been searching for a game like this, and finally I just decided, you know what? I'm gonna make it. Like, I've wanted a game that's just a grind game, where you have a bunch of classes to unlock, kind of like the Final Fantasy job system. I've been wanting that for years and years and years. So, I'm making it. Hopefully it does well. Do you have any background in software dev or just starting from zero? I have over a decade of experience as a software tester. Specifically automated testing, so I do have a fairly strong development background with that. In terms of basic development principles. But as far as making apps for people to buy, that's brand new to me. All the stuff I've built in the past has been used internally within companies. All right. What am I doing? I am getting those assets moved over. Those don't need to be there. This is chest, shoulder, L. Specifically for wand. That seems odd. Shoulder R. Dual wield. Oh, wrong button. Let's just open them this, it'll be a little faster. This is shoulder R, assuming wand. Yeah. Which means dual wield shoulder L test did not render. Okay. That is face. No, that's neck. Sorry. By the way, for the newer people, what I'm working on right... Wait. What? What? Excuse me? What are you doing here? Anyway, what I'm working on is a new stance for my layered character sprites. So instead of having an individual sprite for my character is actually composed of, I think it's 14 different layers. This is going to allow you to customize your character, picking different shoulder pads, different gloves, different pants, what have you. But it does add an obscene amount of complexity to generating this sprite. Okay. Time out. What's going on here? First, let's just get all those open. I believe that is hair 5. It might be hair 6. Hair 5. Okay. Did I already render hair 5? Well, I've got a new version now. Okay, so screenshot 9. Okay. Now, sprite sheet 10. That's going to be wand. I don't even need to look that one up. I maybe should consider changing how these things name themselves. Maybe. But that goes back to this idea of generating a manifest, essentially. That would be a lot of effort. 7 is face. Where is 8? 8 is also face. 7 and 8 are face. Don't remember what the actual name of that. We will find out. 8. I think it's actually face 00. Let's find out real quick. Face 01, neck 01. Got it. Alright. Let's see. 4 is neck. Six is neck. That's weird. I'll look that up. Then 5 is one of the is shoulder L. Which one is that? Weird order. Yeah, that's right. Why? That's weird. Anyway. Neck phase. That all goes into head. Huh. Guess I already rendered those. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's not where that goes. That goes in test. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Did I accidentally put other test assets somewhere else? Excuse me. At some point I need to test helmet. Because I didn't even test that with Bo's let's test them. That's fine. Gloves. Good. Clothes. We're good. Should I go ahead and make a manifest? It's very tempting. It's very, very tempting. And maybe there's a way to do it that's not just infinitely complex. Yeah, we're gonna do it. I have an idea of how to do it so that it's not just obscene. Create, render, manifests. Use separate blend file. Yeah. So essentially, I'll have something like a blend file that is just the different shoes and legs. Another blend file that's just the left shoulders. Actually, for shoulder, I can probably do left and right in the same file. Though this is probably going to hit that same crashing problem that I had before. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I can't do that then. At the very least, I should come up with a programmatic way of naming these files so that I'm not manually doing this every single time. Because this is eating up way more time than it should. And I should be able to automate this without too much effort. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just pausing there thinking about how to do that. And I've got some ideas. This is I know what image this is. Okay, what are these? And more importantly, what am I re-rendering right now? Oh, or I should say, what have I finished re-rendering? I should work in reverse order on this, be safe. This is double sword, dual wield. This is gonna be stick bottom. Yes. This will be stick on top. And that should mean both of these are on. Awesome. Got it. What is my next thing I need rendered? Hold up. Shoulders, I did. Face and neck, I did. Hair and hair accessory, I did. Left-handed stick, left-handed shield. I'm still missing those. Uh, 10401. That should mean... Oop. That right. Looks sorta right. Real test is gonna be... Oh. Huh. I never added a duplicative stick to that side. Huh. Alright. Duplicate. Parent. Keep. Nope, that's not the right thing. Without invert. That's what I want. Does that clip through the same way? Yep. Yes. They clip through the same way. Awesome. Now, this modifier needs to be updated. There we go. Look at how magical that is. That's awesome. Alright. Dual wield right, I don't need. Dual wield left. Oh. Move it into the correct collection. Hey! Gorgeous. Is it actually rendering? It is actually rendering. Beautiful. And you know, if you want to go into battle dual wielding some sticks to smack people with, more power to you. Actually, should I just go ahead and do the manifest work now? It's kinda tempting. Especially because I've already made a mistake here. Because these are not stick top and stick bottom. These are stick right top and stick right bottom. Whoops. Same thing for these. What? You know what? Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. It's gonna take some time, but I think it'll be worth it. Now the big question is, how do I pick which file to rename? Ooh. Let's go ahead and get a scripting window up. Save where we are. PPY data.objects .find does this support wildcards? No. Okay. Bad are oh wait. That's not what. Okay. So first things first, I need to get these renamed in a sensible way. First off, anything that has SM needs to be yanked. Okay. Now, is it valid? Just do this. Yes. Awesome. For object in ppy.data.objects. Object.name is .name. Hold on. Print object.name. First of all, so I know all the ones that are getting replaced. Print that. Also print object.name .replace. Print that. Now, object.name is object.name. Copy. Paste. Oh, I should have put an if. Because that's about to print out a whole bunch of stuff that I don't want. Well, too late now. Okay. Do I have the weapons in a state where I can automate the naming? Bows are only left-handed. Okay, those are done. Tool wheel. Something I need to figure out if I have access to. Okay, so I should be able to do, if it has a Boolean modifier, then do top and bottom version. Cool. Proof of concept done there. Now, is there a way for me to get the most recently saved file? Maybe. under get most recently saved. Because if I can do this iteratively like this will be very nice. If the value is... wait. If it's Windows, the value is stored there. That's not super helpful. Still like to do it without updating the plugin though. I have a thought of how to do this, but I guess I could programmatically get the newest file in that folder. Option. It's a very interesting option. Let's actually just see what that response says to do. Whatever is assigned to the files variable is incorrect. Use the following code. List of files glob.glob blah blah blah. So what I really want is to grab the 2 latest files. I can do that. Oh, hold on. I do need to test one aspect of that real quick. Does Python... I think I already know the answer to this. Got negative lookup, and double negative lookup is great. Awesome. Alright. So, list of files. Cool. Is that correct? Yes. New text document. This. I want have. Okay. Is there... Is there a way to sort this? Python... Plot... Ooh, I could just do that. Ooh. That'll work. That'll work. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Awesome. Oh, it's still not ordered by the latest. Well, as long as I clear it out every time, should be okay, right? This is a string. Let's remind ourselves how to do renames in Python. os.rename. Probably need the relative path there. Import os. os.rename. Test. That doesn't have file path though. Oh, it does have file path. Well, maybe it'll just work. What does this do, first of all? It did move the file. Okay. Where did he go? Did it just go to my C drive? Oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. I now know what to do. Rename the most recent file anyway. Okay. Yeah, I got something going here. Import OS import blob. Yep, by the way, if it wasn't obvious, guys... Street Spirit? Hello there, Mango. How's it going? But yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, we're changing focus for the day. I want this automated so that I don't keep messing up file names and I don't have to put as much effort into this in the future. Like, one day of automating this is gonna save me probably hours and hours continually. And this caused crashing, so that's not a good answer. Yeah. I want to be able to put this back into the workflow. But no, I can't. Ah! Let's go. Hold on. What are my names in Godot for this stuff? I want to make sure everything is maintained as a parallel stance. There we go. Okay, so I need to rename all of my actions. Y.data.action. For act in dpy.data.action. That's wrong symbol. Act dot name equals act dot name place double sword with full wheel. I should have made a copy of this file, but I think I'm... Let me double check that. Awesome. That place 2H word 2 bit. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That is now correct. Oop. Let me go ahead and make sure I've got a good copy of that. Why am I so sneezy today? And wield. Oops. What? Full stance eye, mesh eye. Mesh eye isn't actually used anywhere, is it? Yep, that's not used. That's fine. That's fine. Oh yeah, now I remember. This had to be done with like really awkward go-to statements. Yeah. So where do I do the rename? So since I'm only ever doing one mesh, man, I hate the fact that I can't queue this up to run long term. PPY under crash. Especially when working with large lists, since Slender can crash simply by running out of memory. In removing data, be sure not to hold any references. Do not do whatever's happening here. Do whatever's happening here. Okay. What's the difference here? Class is the same. Register. Test item. Eating something. First item is that. What? Well, this doesn't fix the crashing problem. This is just an invalid reference. Yeah. Something to watch out for. Yeah, no, it's not Blender that's crashing in my case. It's actually crashing my whole system. Okay. I'm gonna try to bring this back. Okay. Now, blade execute, set up mesh. If we've finished, go back up to setups. Ooh, hold on. Arrgh. Oh, and of course redo doesn't work. Dang it. Well, at least that's back. Okay. Got setup mesh. Yeah, hopefully this won't explode. Hopefully. Honestly, weapon is the most, or weapons is the biggest collection and most complex here. So a lot of this will be simplified in the other versions of this. That's just parent. Let's start with Awesome. UI.data.objects. Okay. Dot children. Awesome. Okay. Dot children. Awesome. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, this is weapons. So I only have one stance anyway. Hey there, still needs work. How's it going? Going okay? Good to hear. Let's see. Pretty good, though I'm going back to doing just some optimization of my pipeline for rendering, because I'm realizing every time I have a render day, the next day I lose like 10 minutes at least to just sorting my files out. I want to automate the naming of these files. You know, save myself some time. Plus, every time I need to re-render something, I'm going, okay, what did I name that file? How do I do this? Blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? All right. So this actually needs to go away, sort of, for this version. That's wrong. And this... Oh. Stance is instead going to be what? What? this should come back because I have a purpose for you now. For ST instances. Stance is equal to... Nope. Oh, wait. Hold up. And let me comment this out because I don't want that running right now. Okay. For ST instances, if what? If mesh is parent that contains or is it just in? I think it's just in. If st in meshes parent name and stance is st, break if field in is parent name stance is dual wheel. If stance equal to nope. Let me just double check that real quick. Good. Okay, script ran. Awesome. And let me just test this real quick. Nice. And yeah, we're closing Godot. Since I'm not working in Godot today. Alright. And if I comment this back in, I should no longer get test. Okay. Oh no. Oh, son of a gun. Shoot! Shoot, 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 shoot! Also, why is that letting me do this? I don't know why I'm allowed to do this. But we're not gonna ask questions. We're gonna save, and we're gonna close Blender. I have no idea what was happening there. Oops. What? What was happening? Oh, one thing. I do not want this happening. Part of the problem. So setup stance just identifies the stance. Great. This seems to be working, but I want to know where those files went. Or, I guess there were no files, but... What happened? Okay. Script ran. Awesome. What's happening in here? Yeah, I need a place to print that isn't here. Because this has too many weird dependency cycle problems. Which, by the way, are not actually dependency cycles. Blender just doesn't handle drivers correctly when detecting dependency cycles. Okay. So how do I print out to here? I know I tried to do this before and there wasn't a way that I could find, but... What is this thing called? This is called info. That's if I'm using an operator. But I don't want to use an operator. Oh my god. Ah! Okay. We're taking it. Let's put it at the top. And this is just going to be called P. That legal? I don't know if that's legal. But let's try it. That did nothing. Awesome. Which, it makes sense that that would do nothing. I would think you'd want to do area.print or something like that. So... bpy.context.window manager.windows awesome. We have one window. Dot screen dot areas dot type. Okay, we have an info area. But what? Just try it. Of course not. Of course not. That on did not work. Blah blah blah. I understand your idea to solve easy output. So the next, but anyway, without info area question. Thank you. Does this work? Oh. Oh. That's such an overly complex way to do this. This is so silly. Only works when triggered from the GUI. Great. There's just no answer here. Lovely. Now, I know about self.report. If I could figure out what self is, or self is going to be an operator. Maybe I just make a dummy operator for this. On. For all the lazy people who don't like reading the API on how to register and call operators. Why is this so overly complicated? Message and only appears when the user is calling someone from within the UI. However, in case you'd like to build an add-on using operators, so this won't even work. Like trying to run it from a script just doesn't do that. Okay. There's somewhere else I can print to. There's gotta be a way through the window manager, right? What do I have access? Ooh, here's a way I can ask the question. BPY get on. That was a. What? I'm searching BPY, not boy get pregnant. Boy get that out of here. Boy get down meme. Boy get shut. What? Boy get dressed. What is happening? What is happening? BPY get info area text. That's gotta be a thing, right? Okay. So dot. Context is incorrect. Awesome. Blender, why are you the worst? Why are you just the absolute worst? Scripting in this is nonsense. So determined to figure out how to print to this. Or what if I just print to here? That's something I can do? Print to Python console. Oh, that goes to the Windows console. Here is my script which redirects the print function to all open Python console windows. Ooh. Turns to the system console. Yes, we know. Script. I don't think this is gonna work. But I'll try it. I'll try anything at this point. Okay. Mission P. Line 60. Oh no. Line. One to two arguments is support. Right. Not gonna work. Okay, definitely didn't like that. Text equal to that. Pipe output. I didn't do anything. Or no, it did. It did. It did. It did. Hey, 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 hey. So I just do that. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah. Context is incorrect. Wait, so does that mean I can only print to here from here? That's stupid. That's incredibly stupid if that's the case. What? What? Hold on. There's no way. Oh. Hold on. Okay. Doesn't have a problem with that. But it does have a problem with that. Context is incorrect. Why? This is so dumb. I just need a way to be able to print out, and your stupid garbage isn't letting me do it. So, hold on. Ops. I doesn't understand. Or I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. And info doesn't even seem to have a way to print. Like, there's no operator for it. But, I just do context.window dot a green area. Oh, whoops. Pipe. Okay. Dude. Yes. Dot what? Regions is a new thing. Name. Oop. Dot what? Right. Header. Hey. Oh. Okay. We got something. Maybe. Hopefully. Nope. So I've got this panel now. But data is null. I feel like I'm right on the cusp of having this. Category, alignment. Values, maybe. What is view 2D? There. But this wouldn't have any custom properties, right? You know what? There's an easier way to do this. I shouldn't say easier. There is a way to accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish. It's just terribly ugly. Python, create file. And honestly, I don't even need that, do I? That should just be data. Error file exists. But that should be valid either way, right? Wait, I just... What? What? Okay. If the file doesn't exist, make it. If the file does exist, open it. Okay, does A plus do what I want? No. Hey, maybe I want W plus. That sounds kind of relevant. No. What? Chat, I'm losing it. This should have been super easy. Oh. I've got an empty string? Oh. yeah. If not data, return. Awesome. Oh, lordy Lou. Okay. Now. Outputs. Yes. This is ridiculous. Does that do what I want? Please. Awesome. I now have a ridiculously janky way of doing this. God, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Hate it. But it's the best I've got. Where was I? Okay. This one I know works. E. Oh. Amazing. This is the silliest way to print I've ever come up with. Oh man, and I've done some silly coding in the past, but oh boy. And I think I want to do something like global file name. I think I want something like this. To empty. Okay. Now here, global file name equals dance. Awesome. Next. Woo! In here, I want where? Yes. Key file name. Okay. Excellent. And I can definitely get rid of the print out of new run. That means nothing. All right. I have something. Ah. Pulse. I Yeah. Noble. File name. File name. Append. Mesh. Name. What do we get? Oh ho ho! Chat! Something's happening! Uh-oh. Well, I maybe didn't think that through quite well enough, huh? Let's see. Global. Stance name. Global. Mesh name. Cool. Oh. All right. Then where I'm doing that print, I instead want dance name plus underscore plus mesh name. We get. Oh yes. What? Oh, wait. Ha. Oops. Okay. Try it again. Glorious. If mesh dot modifiers, hold on, py dot data dot objects tick right dot modifiers dot height boolean. Nice. If that, then mesh name dot hold on. Right, it's plus equals underscore top if apy.beta.collection Get. Oh. Oh. What is that thing called? Oh, did I just do it without a space? Oh. That's easy enough. Hey! Oh. That would have been bad. Work. Chat! We have something. Are those my file names? Oh. Almost. Oh, wait. No, those... Bow 1, left or right, up. Chat! We got it! That's awesome. Okay, so I now have a way of getting a file name. Alright. Now. Get rid of that printing. I now do want to invoke that. I think I need to nest this one more time for this to work right. I think I need to move this into here. Then... Okay, is that right? Nope. rename file, where the actual work is going to happen. Then I need blade execution rename file, but do it after 5 milliseconds instead of 10. I think this can work. This will be a miracle if this actually works. Oh right. Now, how did I get the files? But right, it was with blob. Hold up. No, I've lost it. Import blob. Blob.blob. /outputs /star. Actually, let's just do that for now. Nice. Okay. Got glove. PNG file name equal to glob.glob. And I also want ini file name. That's not gonna work. I need to do a match on my file, my blend file name. PPY get blend file name. That's a thing I know I can do. PPY.data.file path. Ahaha. That's just a string. It's not like a file object. Oh, does that work? Let's start what? No. I'm out. Import os.path.base name UI.data.file path. Dot it. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. So when name is that. When name. Sweet. Got it. Okay. Now, how do I handle the situation where one of them messes up? Well, the rename should always go through. Yeah, there shouldn't be a situation where the rename doesn't happen. So I think I'm okay. That to I think that's right. Then just do the same thing with INI file name. So first test, do this without actually rendering anything. It runs. First test, successful. Second set test. Let's bring this all down. I'm not going to be able to avoid that because of how it works. So I should end up with 2 files that each have 7 frames. That should be what happens. Oh boy! I don't think that worked. Yeah, I don't think that worked at all. Well, without a render, that makes sense, right? Okay. Outputs. It did not work. Line 79. Index out of range. Right. I respectfully disagree. Oh. Oh, this is what, no, something else is going on. What? What? Vision by 0. Oh, that actually makes a whole bunch of sense. Oops. Let me make a note of that. We'll fix it afterward. Spreadsheet opt. Divide by 0. That's easy to fix though. Looping offset. Okay. For now, we're just going to set that to 2. I think that's okay. Oh. Not create a file when that file already exists.
Oh! Oh, I did a dumb. Whoopsies. Whoopsie daisy.
Try again. I have high hopes for this. Please. Just magically work. That'd be awesome. Uh-huh. What's happening? Oh yeah, we got... Okay. Part of it worked. Hey. Hold up. Because I'm using go-tos, the rename is a dead end. Right. So I think this never actually happened. I think that's what I want it to do. And it's still dying before going back. Why? So setup stance calls setup mesh. Setup mesh calls setup. Setup calls rename. Rename should be going back to setup mesh. Why not? Let's try this. Oh. Whoops. Welcome back, Still Needs Work. How's it going? And you've been studying concept art stuff. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, what happened out here? Well, that confirms that it's never getting back. How does that make any sense, though? Can I just invoke setup mesh here? Is that legal? Because I kind of don't care when that happens relative to this, because I already have a delay on exec op. Learning how to make wrinkles in clothing with ZBrush? Nice. I don't know how to do that. Please work. Please just magically work. That would be amazing. This is taking longer than before, so maybe. Maybe? No. Ah! Frustrating? Indeed! Like, why this no call here? Why no do? Let me put this 5 back. And oh, could it have? Oh, no, that won't. That doesn't make sense. I'm confused. You love my different voices? Yeah, these voices are strictly a they are strictly the result of increased frustration. If you could do a girl anime voice, I'd hire you to voice GP-chan. I don't know if I could do Jeep-chan. I don't know how to sound like an engine. I don't know, you could always have GP-chan go, Kawaii desayune. Arigatou gozaimasu. Okay. So the new file is being created. It's just not getting renamed anymore. Okay, that's... Hey, we are somewhere. We are definitely somewhere. Is there an error in here? I really want there to be an error. Index error on line 79. That comes from cannot create a file when that file already exists. What? Oh, did that was my fault. I forgot to delete my files between runs. Scare the player. Somewhere out there beneath the starry sky. Ooh. Please just work. I'm ready for those juicy time savings. Nope.
What? Why? Why? Why do you plague me so, Blender? Why?
I'm glad you're having fun with this.
Oh.
Refocus. Recenter. What is happening? Show me an error. Dear Lord, please show me an error. Line 79, index out of range. But that's probably not really line 79. It's probably a line lower than that. Oh! 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 No, this is correct. This is 100% right. Is it? Yeah. It's doing what it's supposed to. Chat, we got it. We got it. Length of that. I don't need to be checking for Boolean. I need to check that the length of the modifiers is equal to 1. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Chat, I think we're in business. Okay. Run it. And after this, I'm taking a break. Because, good lord, I have lost my mind. And I'm looking over at you, chat. I see you over there. Just laughing at me. Laughing at my misfortune. I see you. I do love the fact that when I look over at chat, like, Dum Dum's eyes go just way over there. So, like, you guys know when I'm looking at you. Hi there. Oh, I should definitely do a head tilt when I'm, like, indicating chat. Hi, chat. How's it going? All right. Hot dog! It worked! Woo! That is awesome. High five? Absolutely. High five, chat. Now, I just need to add a little something. I want... This is going to be a really ugly continue statement, by the way, chat. This is going to be super ugly. Ugly and functional? Absolutely. Else... If not show top, then call yourself and return. So what does this mean? If we are just rendering the bottom half of models, then skip over any model that isn't split top and bottom. God. Oh. Because of how Blender does asynchronous stuff, this looks super messy and I hate it. But this is what you have to do. Basically, everything has to be driven with goto statements. Or like these makeshift goto statements, this delay to execution function I have. Because if you don't delay the execution, then these functions will just run past in the wrong order. Or the Blender is going under new ownership. That could be a great thing, or that could be awful. Blender has a new CEO. I see that. New board and CEO. Oh. Okay. Who is Francisco CD? Who dis? Oh, he's currently the chief operating officer. Or chief operations officer, whichever way you say it. Oh. Well, that's not that big a deal. We'll move to the newly established Blender Foundation Supervisory Board. Oh. Well, this kind of just means nothing is changing, right? Like, the current CEO is moving to just a new role as a supervisory board, probably with a bit less direct involvement. And then the guy who's currently over who's the chief of operations is becoming the chief executive. And so he's probably going to appoint a COO that has similar paradigms to himself. So I suspect there's no real change here. Hooray! Maybe. It depends on how much you like the current direction of Blender development. Okay, so that just worked. That's kind of cool. Now, can I also automate the top and bottom rendering? Is that feasible? Maybe. I probably want setup stance. Let's... So, Joe tops will render tops. This is not how I... it's part of the solution here. Global top pass. Equal to true. Oh wait, that doesn't work that way. That's how it works. Okay. Actually, because this is all with go-to statements, this is a bit more confusing. Kind of want a nullable boolean. Kind of. So I need this to go back up to setup stance. Okay. So if what? So there's 2 loops, but not a third. Yeah, this needs to at least start a third loop. So I need a nullable boot. That's what I want. All right. Global top pass. If top pass is none, or hold on, if it's false, hold on, hold on. We'll start it with true. Okay. None will be my terminating state. Great. And this increment of stance I is where I actually need to do the work. Okay, so if that's the case, I think I just return. Pretty sure. Anything else I need to do there? No. And by the way you would normally do this is create an enum of top, bottom, none. But shh. Don't tell the professional coders. Remember that break I was gonna take? Yeah, that didn't happen. Alright, so here is where I do the incrementing. If top pass, then top pass equals awesome. Else okay, so what happens here? We come through first time. We are currently in top pass equals true. God, this is an ugly script. I'm glad no one's ever going to see this, and this definitely isn't saved on the internet forever. No. I'm glad that's not happening. Oh dear. Okay. So top pass is true. We render all the tops and the non-splits. Then we... And really we're setting that to... And then we're setting that variable to... false before we even actually do the renders. Okay. Then we come through with it false, and that sets it to none. So the next time we hit here, we just exit. Awesome. Next. Else. This guy equal to top pass. I think you're good. Now, assuming I've done that correctly, if I render this again, I should get the exact same files output. Pretty sure. Nope. Line 29. What's wrong with that? Not assigned. Oh. Yeah. Whoops. That makes sense. Dot. There's gotta be... There's gotta be a thing here. Why is there no setter? BPY set custom property. That doesn't work, does it? Oh. Whoops. Whoopsies. Well, that was a lot easier than I made it out to be. And there. Okay. I think we're in the clear. It's running. And it is absolutely break time. Oop, there we go. Say hello to my glorious character that is a rock with a tree growing out of it. Basically all my character is. What were we doing? I think primarily what I need to do is... One, let's check. We finished up most of Volgaron. There's still some doors I can't open in Volgaron. I am Groot. Hybrid. Indeed. There is somewhere I can go here now. I just need to remember where that is. But I will say, the one-hit kills is very nice. Oh. Can we just not with you? That'd be awesome. Well... Okay, nothing up there. Aha ha ha. Hello? Here. Enjoy your guiltless shard. Awesome. I don't know what your deal is, but hello. And this opens to where? Oh, right, I didn't actually explore any of this, did I? Oh, two-hit killing those? That's awesome. I forgot that I opened this up and just never explored this. Hello? Nope, I am just not giving you a chance to attack. Really feel like my character could just reach a hand up and grab that. Okay, way back is activated. What is this? Well, you look like a mage arena. Okay. That, I think, is the fast travel point. Think. Yes. Excellent. Oh my god. It just occurred to me. I am a potted plant. I created a Bonsly from Pokemon. That's enough out of you, sir. Hello. Oh, Lord. Oh, that's not working. You know what? Sir, because you are so rude, I'm just going to throw water at you. And hit you with a mallet, I guess. So it does way more damage. So what is down here? I know there's a ton of stuff to explore by going up. Oh. Okay. Okay, where is this? This does not seem familiar. Where am I? Oh, I know where this is. There was a vendor right here. And it's above the first little village area you get to. But I don't remember actually getting into here. Hello. I'll take it. That works. Okay, and what does this open up? Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Well, that's not the most useful backtrack, but alright. Now here is the new stuff. What do we got? Oh, nope, I didn't go high enough yet. Here we are. Where do you go? Back to this resting spot. Now, if I die, I do want to respawn there, but I do not want to rest yet. Nameless Electromancer. I don't think I need to worry about the nameless ones yet, because I don't think those unlock doors. And I have zero interest in the electric equipment. Okay, I back up. Well, someone's casting spells. And you know what we think about that in this world. What? Sir? What on earth? Take it. Okay, Nameless Cryomancer. Nice. Okay, so a lot of this area is just filling out the nameless versions of the mages. Because that's how you can infinitely grind them. I have a bad feeling about that ledge. Oh, well, I have an even worse feeling about it now. Oh. Erg. Okay, so running doesn't actually give me more distance on my jump, seems like. Yeah, that does nothing. Quick, what is... Well, I thought this was going to be a short little extra path, but it is not. Nope, bye. We will do that last. Nope. I'm not scared, I'm just, being tactical. That's what's happening. Wait, seriously? Alright. Guess there's gotta be another way. Maybe if you were really precise on that jump, it would work. You know what? We're just dealing with you guys this way. Much better. Well, this seems slightly precarious. Remember that time when I was trying to search systematically? Well, that's done. Because I have no idea where I am. Can I make that? Yeah, I should be able to make that jump back. Oh! I know where I am now. This is Nameless Pyromancer. Nice. You've hunted mages with names, but have you devoured any of the nameless? Yes. Mages that shed their names are those that plunge themselves further into madness. But there are treasures in this madness, and I possess many of them. I shall return to Partner's Vale. Find me there. Okay. I love getting new shopkeepers. Should probably rest. Yeah. Yeah, let's rest. Oh. I'll take it. Very awkward jump there, but we're good. Boss? That feels like a boss arena. Oh, that's gonna be a thing I don't have yet, isn't it? Oh yeah. Okay, and we have the big scary night boy. What? Just a second. I guess now's a good time to test that spell I've got. That is awful damage. Like, really bad damage. Yeah, I got a respec point. But bad news, there's nowhere new to go. Well, there is one more of those zipline thingamabobs. somewhere on the right side, I think toward the bottom. Nope. I know there's nothing up there. I think I need to go down into the mines. I never did open this door, did I? There's a way to do that, I'm sure. There we go. Just the most elegant grappling you've ever seen. So... Got it. What is this? Nameless Hydromancer. Awesome. Another thing I'm just not going to use. So long, Flatman. Okay, we are in the mines. I'm pretty sure we should be able to get over there now. Somehow. Nope, I cannot. Wrong item. Is there anything maybe to unlock in the mire? Nice. I have become quite strong. I smash things with mallet. It is the intellectual way of fighting. I promise. I don't know why that voice went with that accent. Don't ask. It just hit me. Okay. Should be nearing the mire. Ah yes, unnamed obelisk. That's gonna help me find where I am. Okay. Well, there is at least a door here that is worth coming to get. So, one thing unlocked from this trip. Two things. Hello. You're gonna be quite rude, aren't you? Hot. That could just be a ridiculously easy fight. But hey, free respec stone. I will take it. You know what? I kind of feel like fighting that mage. Feeling a little confident with my new damage. But where to go? Oh dear. If I were a poison mage, where would I go? A very pointless question, considering their AI goes literally at random. Ah! Okay. So, let's head back to Bolgaron. Just do a quick sweep to figure out where I'm supposed to be. I have been doing this for a while. It's probably time to get back to work. Oh no, I am mostly brain dead at this point, so... I feel like being slightly irresponsible right now, because I'm kind of thinking of doing a big chunk of work after this. That's not activated. So there is something I have missed. I don't have that movement. And I will bet that is required. Oh, stupid. Alright, the mire is in this place. Huh. At least even if I really mess up fighting those guys, they don't do a ton of damage anymore. Sir, I was mid-dodge when that hit me. That seemed... silly. Don't feel like that's where I was supposed to end up from that. Cast your eyes to those cages yawn. How they hang. Arranged. Promise of... for every 3 you sacrifice 1 heretics. Sacrifice 1, 30 goats, sacrifice 10, 300 prisoners of war, 1,000, or 3,000, or 1,000 will burn. The people have long forgotten this pact, but not to them. There is but one sin, the delinquency of sacrifice. I don't think that's actually anything I need to care about. Hello? Sure. Have a Guiltless Shard. Why do I have a feeling that it's a bad thing to give him those? He doesn't look like a nice man. This just goes into the temple. I've been here. I've been all over this. Oh, but I have not been there. Are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? I need whatever that movement ability is for this as well. Ugh. Okay, I'm back in the Gulch. How many named mages? One more. I'm guessing I have missed a named mage somewhere. That was a lot of damage. Okay, where did he go? Well, he can't go in here. With how much damage I've done to him, I want to just go ahead and get that kill. Worth the salt. Now I'm back in Creeping Caves. And he's moved on. Okay, buddy boy, where you at? At least the logic for where they teleport to precludes them from going into places that you can't reach. Small blessing there. What? Oh my god. Stop moving. You're basically dead at this point. Seriously. God. Okay. Fast travel. They can go. And the game has recognized that I'm hunting this mage now, so that's good. Small mercies. Oh, that's not great. We're fine. How much health do you have left? Whoa! No, no, no. That's not good. That's bad. That's real bad. That stupid archer got me. Okay. Time to get back to work. I tried. I tried. Next break, we'll get it. Okay. So... Oh. Was a No, that's fixed. That all ran. Awesome. Oh. Wait, did it all run? Yes, everything ran. Excellent. Let's do this. Let's start breaking up the chunks of work and doing smaller... We'll do like one attempt at that boss per small section of work until I beat it, at which point, big chunk of work. Okay. Oh, big thing I need to get right here is all of the weapons need to have left or right listed. Ooh. That's not right. So I need an exception. Or I'm setting up my meshes. Yep. Don't want that. I won't. That for child in parent. If child dot name, or if not child dot name, okay. Cut out. If cutout not in that, meshes dot. Pretty sure it's append. Yeah. Okay, that should still work. And I basically just need to find any exceptions like that. Great. Cool. Cut out left. Fast. Awesome. Those are done. Oh, hold on. Huh. Something I hadn't considered. This. The collections here, I need to make sure those are happy. So dpy.data.objects. Stick. Stick right. Not parent. Right. Not parent. Is nothing. Ah. Oh, not collision. How to tell what collection they're in? I'll bet it's stored at the collection level. I'll bet. And I need more real estate. Dot what? Does this have children? See? Yes. Okay. What is... Oh. Hide render, that's the one. Ah. That's relevant. Okay. Go ahead and just hard code this up here. That's always false. Because this is the weapons file. If I'm not rendering a weapon, what am I doing in here? Okay, and what all is in? Okay, I've got Mesh's parent. Good. Mesh's parent also going to drive visibility or the renderability of the collection or collection in cpy.data.collections weapons children. Collection dot hide render is equal to Mesh's parent in Selection dot. I think that's right. Test. Okay. Got that. Dual-wheeled left. What updated up objects? Dual-wheeled left. Huh. Oh, wait. Dot children. That doesn't seem right. Oh. Huh. Well, that's just nutty. Let's try this a slightly different way. Of ID that ID. It doesn't like that. That's something. That tells me the number of users. Dot what? Done this before. I know there's a thing here. The asset data? Asset. Is not asset data. Oops. Oop. Okay, let's just ask the internet. Under BPY, find objects in section. What does AI say to do? Does that work? I don't know about that. Hell that. Oh. Wait. Okay. It is in there. The indexes are just wonky. So... in that dot object. Oh, yes. I found the thing. Oh, not that. For collection and weapons. Set its hide render to if mesh's parent is in collection.objects. Oh, wait. Dot name. And let's make sure that still runs. While that's running, we'll make an attempt on this boss. Should not be this hard. Also, is there a closer rest spot? Actually, hold on. There might be a faster way up over here. I don't know if it goes too high, though. That does not seem like it's the way I want to go. Yep. Oh, that was fun. Got my face chewed off. Well, this does seem like it'll go there. But... not what I would call it. Oh! Awesome. What? Okay, what is with this stupid archer? Like, it... or... spearman, I guess. Oh my god. But I'm right here, so... saving grace, right? And the spearman... oh, goodness. Dude is coming for me. What? You know what? I'll take it. No. No. No moving. I want you right back there. Oh. Hey! Thank you, Trap. That was awesome. I have no interest in building anything from that guy, but eh. Oh, right, the door that was at the bottom left of the temple I can't use. Or I can use, but like right past it is a blocking movement requirement. So where the heck is this movement ability I need? This goes to somewhere. Sir, I just killed you. Okay, so theoretically I want to go down and to the right here. Okay, no interest in fighting you. Goodbye. Hmm. Well, now I'm just back here. That's anticlimactic. Okay, so other than that, there is absolutely nothing here. And that just goes down into the creeping caves. I do feel like I didn't properly explore this area. I wonder if that tree has something to say to me now. You are strange. I have spoken. Well, both of these things are true. Don't recall going up here. Oh no, I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, because this is where I got this thing. Pretty sure. Maybe I need to just... Whoa! Maybe I need to just talk to everyone in camp. I kind of am out of places to look. Definitely explored up here. Yeah, this is how I got up here. Yeah, I'm kind of out of options. What's down here? Oh. Never mind. Wait. 2 climbable trees. I have to have come here, right? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yep, there's nothing here. Alright. Yeah, I have no idea. Let's ask the people in camp. After next chunk of work. Where is easily accessible save spot? Could be one here. There we go. All right. Render complete. And I got top and bottom of both bows. I win. I win, I win, I win. So now I can batch weapons. Awesome. That's fantastic. Which is going to make rendering offline so much nicer. So for reference, when I go offline and do renders, I have to remember to come back to the computer every 20 minutes. Maybe every 15. For every single render. Which is, as you can imagine, awful. I should probably check to make sure those are actually the correct images, huh? Yeah, I shouldn't have deleted those. Is there a way I can make this slightly fast? I can make it significantly faster. There we go. Let me just hard code a thingamabob. For A in action. Um, um, Awesome. Oop. Oop. Okay. This should go much, much faster. Yes, that is faster. All right. So bow 1 left bottom. Are you what I expect you to be? Huh. I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, at all. Ah. Well, I can say with certainty something is not working correctly. I can say with absolute certainty. All right. Next. So one thing that is definitely not working is hiding the render of the collection. That's that one. The MP is this guy. P.name. That. P.name in ppy.data.collection. Dot objects. True. Hide render. Load. Okay. Is it actually hidden? Pose. Hide render. True. Okay. Oh, I think I know what I did. Yeah, I know what I did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I negated my condition. That's exactly what I did. Oops. Okay. Ought. Really, it should be not name in that, but I don't think Python lets me do it that way. Maybe. Outputs is clean. Well, it's not complaining. Are you O1 top? R. Ooh. Are you O2 top? R. Chat, we're in business. Are you O1 bottom? Did I look at those backwards? That's all right. Then finally, O2 bottom is... Ha! We got it, chat. We got it. All right. What's the next step of this monstrosity? So, next step is save. Save, save, save. So now you'll be able to save time? Yes. So now, when I do renders off stream, I can just say, render all of the bows. This won't be literal time savings, like the computer's still gonna have to run through all of this. But I won't have to sit there every 20 minutes clicking a button. Oh, right. I still need to go through all of these. Oh, hold on. Undo that little flub I put in here. Make it faster. Where'd you go? There. Okay. That's repaired. Next is going through all of these and making sure they are set up correctly with the cutout stiffs. That should be easy enough. Bows is done. Dual wield left. Well, that will need a top and bottom. Faux show, faux show. Oh. I already started setting it up, apparently. Good. Edit. Generate Boolean. Swords, I don't think need them. Yeah, I'm fine with the hilt just disappearing in some frames. That's fine. Actually, that won't be the hilt disappearing in those frames, will it? It'll be the hilt being visible when it shouldn't be. You know what? Since it's automated now, let's just add it to all of them. I don't even have to think about it, because it'll run on its own time. Left is done. Two-wheeled right. This is kind of cool that I just don't even have to think about it. Just boom. Do it for all of them. I wish I could remember how you're supposed to copy these, though. Generate, Boolean. Can I at least copy this? Yeah. Oh, maybe. You got a new computer, but you haven't set it up yet? Well, set it up! These new computers are awesome. Oh. Wait. That's not right. That is right. That would have been bad. Let me make sure real quick that I didn't do that wrong. Any of these. Left, left. Awesome. Here. Left, left. Left, left, and left. Okay. Right, right. Right. Boolean. That. Dang it, doesn't work. There. Generate Boolean. Fast. Done. Sure those all look right. Pick. Sword 1, sword 2. We're good. Okie dokie. Backpacks we're gonna ignore. Because I'm pretty sure I want to do those as part of clothing. I may just not ever do backpacks. Alright. Two-handed. How is this gonna work, though? Like, which hand do I tie this to? I guess it's gotta be whatever hand it's mounted to. Like... if I do... lower body idle. Sure. That's fine. So these all be left hand, I guess. You closed Firefox on me? Oh my goodness. How dare you? I see a problem. And left and right here might have to change at some point. Sometimes I feel like this computer is saying, I think I can, I think I can. Fair. Question is, do you know where that's originally from? Do you know? Does anyone know? The little engine that could! Yes, you know it! Now, I'm going to show you something very sad. So there's the book, right? Fantastic. 1930, great little book. About having a can-do attitude. Okay. Movie. This is how I remember The Little Engine That Could. This is what I grew up with. And I have very fond memories of this animated movie. Adorable. Well, someone decided this needed a remake. Someone had the bright idea that it was time for a modern retelling of The Little Engine That Could in 2011. 20 years after the previous animated movie. But, can I find... No, hold on. I want you to understand what kind of monstrosity this is. Chat, help. Send help. I'm an adult. Yeah. Like, the other engines look kind of okay. But what is going on with The Little Engine That Could? Like, what is happening? That is awful. And I get that they were trying to merge, like, make it more engine-like, so looked for components that could work. But, oh dear. Oh dear. And the humans. There be humans in this. Like, that one kind of works better. Slightly less creepy, but man, that main character. Choices were made, is my point. Choices were made. Oh, man. Oh, no. Also, what's kind of weird is how desaturated the animation is. Like, there's a lot of pastel going on, which, if you're gonna do 3D animation, make it pop. Like, Here, they've upped the saturation for this image alone, but like, why not have the movie all look like that? Like, there's a saturation slider in whatever rendering software you're using, and you can slide it up. It's great. Oh, man. I'm very happy to know that someone in chat knows where I think I can came from, though. I was thinking that people might not know where that's from at all. That one might need some change. Nine in the Y. This probably needs 0.09. Probably. Show me pops. Actually, better yet. Fires. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Probably about right. Okay. Modifier, put that back. Nice. Ooh, put that back. Awesome. Thursday Eastern Exorcist is going to be the free game on Epic Games. I think I own that. Yeah, I own this, and I've played it, and I'm not a fan. All I'll say is, since it's free, go try it out. Maybe you'll like it. It's free! Yes, that's true. But there was not a game I was going to enjoy in here. But, like I said, it's free, so try it. I feel like I need to double check these. The two-handed stuff, I'm gonna have to work on those anyway. So, I should not spend too much time trying to optimize part. I'm gonna need new two-handed animations. But why is what? No. Right. What? What? Oh dear. Un momento. That's something. Yeah, that's all kinds of wrong. Yeah, two-handed attacks, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Like, in theory, you want both of those hands on the hilt, but that's clearly not happening here. All right. Right. I don't have any spears. Shields. Shields not have right and left. And they don't. And you know what? If that's gonna... Here's an easy way to fix this. Alt. Clear parent. Awesome. Now, don't even need to worry about it. Yep. Shields might end up needing to have their own layer, but that's fine. Wand. Right. Oh, and you were saying Borderlands 4 is getting a really bad rap? Or rep? Theo said some really dumb things? Given their history, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Yeah, I might have to shorten those staves a bit. Because those things are, like, really long. They're poking through the ground. I guess Borderlands 4 is not great performance on high-end machines where people are barely getting 30 FPS. That's not great. Though not the reason I suspected they'd be hearing complaints. So that's interesting. Theo thinks it's okay. He says just restart. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no, that has very little to do with the game, and that's just stupidity on that. But I wonder if the company's in hot water for some other reason. And it's just manifesting this way. CEO could de-escalate things, but is making things really bad. Yeah, I suspect there's probably some turmoil going on in the background relating to their staff. And now whether that's like layoffs or whatever it is, I suspect there's a problem there, because if you have the staff to fix these problems, you would just say, hey, we're working on it. But if you don't have the staff or funding to work on it, then you're going to run interference. Like, trying to just sort of pretend there's no problem, right? Rate Leon Ask. Great Julian Voodoo. I think that means done. Nice. All right. He says that the game is premium for premium machines. Well, that's a way to just piss off everyone. Refund it if you don't like it. Well, yeah, no, that is a choice. Volgaron. Find them. The room they possess could hold in a war. Okay, so the thing I need is in Volgaron, which kind of makes sense. Counted within the Steam reviews at least 50 refunds. That's actually not a ton. Hello, Dum Dum. Bye. How does this work? Uses ammunition. Huh. Alright. A little weird, considering my ammunition here looks like arrows, but I guess it's secretly a potion. Sure. What do you got? Nothing that I really care about. But I guess I got what I was here for, which was just confirmation. Confirmation that I do need to be going to Bulgaron. Hello? There's nothing in there that's of your interest, Inquisitor. Move along. Well, now I know it's of my interest. Hello, kitty. Okay. Oh. Right, that's for multiplayer. Which, we're not popular enough to have friends. I mean, really. Who has friends in 2025? Hello? I can buy your armor. Looks pretty cool. Razors, Blood Harvest, Age of Curses. Initiates a search for an Inquisitor to invade. No friends, just followers now? Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, this is clearly something here. I just don't know what. Okay. That is something I'm not cool enough for yet. That's the blue whatevers. Alright, Bulgaron, let's go. I need to find something. There is something here. There is some person somewhere that's going to tell me something. Is it you? No. I know there's people this way. Oh, tree man. You are strange, I have spoken. Do you have anything else to say? No. Is there anybody here to talk to? Remember there being someone around here. But I am not finding them. Hello? Hello? No? Is anybody here? Just running through everyone. That's the strat. Oh no, I got hit. Whatever will I do? Okay, here's the other climbable tree. There's a person up there. Let's try to talk to person. Greetings! Careful around that rift. It's a tear in reality wrought by the rise of magic. Huh. Well, that's a whole lot of nothing. Yes, this is the first tree. Want to make sure there wasn't like 3 trees. Trying to trick me. Did go this way, right? Yes, yeah, I did. You know what? Go here. I don't remember what's here for sure. I remember what's here. Going in the temple is gonna lead to nothing. Know that much. No, leave me alone. Want nothing to do with you. And here is the start of the map. This just circles to here. Like, that's seemingly a totally useless path. Creeping Caves is the only place I'm not positive I've finished exploring. Oh, guess we're exploring. The spider to my left, the trap there. I detected it with my face. Oh god. Okay, I remember fighting a named mage right here. Up there. Oop. Oh. I found another one. I'm so good at this. Oh, dumb. Wait, this is about to go to the gulch. So I have yet again found nothing. Yeah, this is the gulch, right? Okay, we'll explore the gulch afterward. Gotta be something. Ha! I saw that trap coming. You know, 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Okay, 1 out of 3 might be bad. And where does this go? Whoa! I am pretty sure I talked to you. Run. Meyer. Sewers. Wait. Sewers. There should be a passage to the sewers in the west. The lower level. The frick. Hold on. Oh my god. And I have found nothing resembling a named mage. Oh, that's not accessible. There's just a ravine to the right. And there is nothing here. Yeah, I've explored all the things. Whoa! Well, that could have gone smoother. Wait. Oh my god. That is awful. That... Ugh. All I can say is... Ugh. Oh, don't mess this up. Otherwise, you die. Can I have a resting spot? Pretty please. Oh. Friendly face? Yes. Hope at last! Are you teaching me runes? Oh my goodness. I can go to Corvius Mire. Okay. Now, I just want to get out of here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Time to quickly level up. That's not good. Cool. And get as much conviction as I can. The question: where is there conviction that's not... Oh. All in the scythe tree. Dum Dum does not approve. I guess there's a bunch of conviction just right here, though. Like, because each one of these nodes can accept 5 points at max, so... yeah, okay. Give me that conviction. I am so determined. And what sort of fun can we craft and or upgrade? Fine silver find rate. So have I really needed silver? No. Ooh. Hasten stamina regeneration. Oh, but I don't have materials for it. Never mind. I was all excited about those accessories. Increase... Oh, don't have the materials. Never mind. Increase poise. Don't have the materials. I have the materials on this one. But it's nothing I want. Haze burnt residue. Is in defense. And if I'm hunting a poison mage, it's... Yeah, there's nothing here. How about upgrade? I can upgrade my armor. I like being strong. Tanky. I can, I think, is the final upgrade on that one. That was not the final upgrade. Noted. Alright. That's all I can do. File bug. That will never be seen. Alright. So, what do I want to try and accomplish today? Let's do this. Copy that whole mess. Do... Oop. Just so I know I've got a backup. And let's move on to some of my other files. Hair accessory should be an easy one. I think. Maybe. Scripting. Now let's just make them new files. Alright. So the whole top and bottom thing is irrelevant now for this version. There we go. My next up as do I want to try and reintroduce the stances still? Because that did cause my PC to crash, but let me see something. Let's look. Let me run a test. That. Oop. The main thing I want to make sure of is that it's not continually generating images. It occurs to me one of my shaders is bad for this. Well, I'll have to rethink that at some point. Render result is there. Okay. Let's keep things very simple. Do a single action. Two frames, one angle. Show me. Okay, that was maybe too fast. Is it? It is. I wonder if that's the problem. Let's test her. In any case, I want to get rid of that. How do Python con E one test is that data.images.remove s. Okay. There. Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and build that into the operator. 1 second. Two scripts. Oh, wait. I want operator. Okay. Image is at initialize mins maxes. Actually, does this even work anymore? Does it? I think it might not. No, it worked. Sort of. Aha. Get image collection boundaries. Load it. Wait, that's not. That's the one. Hershey Rose, what are you now? Right. This is now a flat tuple. Wait. Hold on. That's right. Yep. This does not work that way. Okay, sprite sheet rows to be rebuilt. Okay, image is at. Here's the step I need. Data equals this, but that is just image there. So this is now a tuple. Yes. Now, ppy.data.images.move image. Okay. So at least for screenshot, that will now clean itself up. Awesome. And then here, that's just image data. Excellent. And I'm like 99% sure this is where the memory leak is coming from. And I don't even know if it's correct to call it a memory leak. But this is definitely the thing that makes sense for it to be the problem. I should probably put an if around that. Let's see. Okay. Test in bpy.data. What? Test.name in bpy.data.images. Nice. There we go. Right, because in Python the in is the keys, not the values. Okay. Let's put just a little bit of protection on that. If image in name in bpy.data.images, remove it. Okay. Then I need to do the same thing down here. Render. Hello there. Actually, do I need to protect it twice? Or not protect, but do I need to clear out? I'll test it after this update. Because this update needs to go through either way. I think I can just remove it here. Oh, hold on. Okay. Remove, you actually use the object, not the name. Of course. bpy.data.images.remove this bad boy. Which means it is time. Let's start here. Did that reduce any files? It would be called... What? It would start with hero, right? I think. Yes. Okay. We're in the clear. That's the old one. And if I've done it right, I think that'll actually get removed. Okay. Render! Show me something good. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Shift. Why are you not going away? That's not what I want. Outliner, under file, images. There you are. Try this again. Under B. Talk to me. Were there any errors? Yes, there were. Struct RNA of type image has been okay. Save, fine. Hmm. I'm out. I'm out. It was this line, right? That image has been removed. But... Hold on. Something's not adding up. Okay. Render PNG. Okay. Error on 149. It is here. Huh. .405. Oh, that's right. The tuple I produce has the original image in it. I forgot. So that makes perfect sense. That's not working. That's gotta move. I think to here. Move the image so it doesn't clog up Blender. Which sounds very silly. Okay. And I will need to do something similar in the next occurrence. I shoot something like that here. Because my reference to the image goes away in the next step. Okay. I'm 99% sure this is accessed that way. Let's test it. Like all good things, let's test. And if I've done this right, I may be able to just automate the whole kit and caboodle. And be able to kick it off and let it run for hours and hours, however long it needs. Which would be really, really cool. But I'm not entirely confident that that'll happen. Okay, render PNG. Do we have a complaint? Yes. Huh? What? What do you mean? What? Oh. Oh, maybe that's actually correct. Hold, please. Hold, please. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Whoops. Yep, I messed that up. And if I'm ever gonna... Wait, that's true. I'm not releasing this version, am I? I may have to create a branch of the release version. That one should be easier to work on, though. Where are we at? This render... I think that just needs image data. Then... Oh. That's a problem. That's a actually kind of big problem, isn't it? Yeah. Sample image. Dang it. And I will need to remove that from images as well. Oh, I'm glad I'm here for that confirmation. Okay. We're just gonna have to nab file format from somewhere. Let me make sure I've got that right. Only used in that line. Okay. Ow. Save sprite sheet, file format. Where is that sample? That's coming from here. How is that used? It's not. Awesome. So, all I want, file format equal to that dot file format. Okay. That does all that fun stuff. Remove the image. File format's there. File path is set up. I'll do the cleanup for that in here. Okay. Image.save is just not going to work anymore at all. Cropped image data there. I want save sprite sheet. Cropped image data. What all goes in there? File path. Right? And I need to get the file format. That. Okay. Spreadsheet, file, format. Am I on the right path? Ooh. God knows at this point. And in save sprite sheet. Oh. That why my sprite sheets never show up there? Because I did this? Hold on. Test something. If I delete the render result, what happens? So test is equal to cpy.data.images render result. Test is render result. Delete test. cpy.data.images. Still there. That didn't seem to do anything. Double check. Oh, did it only like a reference? Okay. I need to just test it and see what happens. One second, I'm losing light. All right. Render PNG. Let's see what error popped up. Seriously? That's my typo? Blur. Wrong file. Image.file format. Oopsies. Render PNG. Did you have an error? Yeah, you did. Get cropped pixel data 155. Oh yeah, because I need to remove after that happens. Okay. Try it again. This is yet again one of those. This is had to become sufficiently annoying for my brain to be like, oh, this is how we fix this. I think we got it, folks. I think we might have it. Hero outputs. Chat. It worked. It worked. Okay. So I am cautiously optimistic about what's happening here. Next up is the screenshot version. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's make sure there's no extraneous stuff. I want to make sure it is fully cleaned up. Sprite sheet output. That's always going to... I don't like that. Hold on. Oh, poop. Oh, that makes sense because I deleted the image. So of course it doesn't have an image to see. Try that again real quick. Okay. Dumb spreadsheet output. It is there. Hey. We're right on the cusp of this, chat. We are right on the cusp of something awesome. Okay, SS image. This did not actually remove it. So, dpy.data.remove that. It. Okay. I think I got it, chat. I think I got it. I think I got it. Images. Here. Any else that doesn't belong? Nope. That's all correct. Good. I think I still have a problem on the sprite sheet version. But we will see. Okay, PNG. Ran. You made a config file, so there were no errors. Do you have any leftovers? No. Just double check this. Awesome. Next. The sprite sheet render. I kind of expect there to be an error here because there's no way I wrote all of that with zero problems. There's no way. Well, maybe there is a way. Chat, I think it might be capable of full running the whole thing. I think it might be capable. That, I'm pretty sure, is unnecessary now. Yeah. Yep. That goes away. Okay. Now, let's... And I cannot believe I'm about to add this back in. Tops. This are not relevant to this file. Stance I, all of that does need to be. What do I have in my preferred? That's irrelevant. Mesh. If stance I greater than the length of stances, then just quit out. Awesome. Mesh stuff. 8. This is relevant to the weapon stuff. So that's not relevant here. Instead, this is just dances and spy. Okay. Name there. Oh, cool. This just turns into anti plus equal 1. That goes back up to stance. Yeah, I think we're in a spot. I want to make sure it runs at least without invoking that. Hold on. I did the sprite sheet test, but I did not check leftovers. Because if there's any leftovers in here, that's a problem. File name was 0_ blah blah blah. Ooh. Don't see any leftovers. Done it. Fine. Oh, that's not. Ah, right. This be changed. It ran. It actually ran. Now, for kind of important part, let's make sure it's actually working. Oh, wait. That's not going to work. Hold on. Let's make sure it runs now. Okay. On a bunch of text there, plus whatever this file name was going to be. Okay. Let's see what. Line 89, I've got a problem. Oh. That's irrelevant. Okay. Hold on. So the modifiers is always going to be 0. So we're in this situation. I think I can just remove all of that. Pretty sure. Not rendering anything, are you? Oh. A wand, crown 4. Wand, crown 3. One. Oh. Oh, that's right. I need to do some renaming, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. This is absolute witchcraft and voodoo, and it's awesome. Show me the next. Where are you? Her. We got it. Okay. You know what? It's only 4 meshes, so let's do this. This is absolutely epic. Woo. All right. Save it. And I guess let's just prepare for the full hit and caboodle. I don't need that. I need the rename. Mesh. I think we're good, chat. I think I'm gonna kick this off after stream ends. And closing down, like, everything to make sure it runs semi-efficiently. Yeah. This does mean there's a whole mess of memory problems over in the version of this that goes to goes on Ko-fi. If you guys are experiencing crashing, let me know. I think you're okay, but I don't know. Yeah, unless you're trying to script it like this, I don't think you should run into any issues basically ever. Because I'm pretty sure when you close Blender, it frees up a whole bunch of data on the images. I'm pretty sure. But y'all let me know, hit me up in the Discord. If it's screaming at you guys, if it's crashing, let me know. I will get a new release out there with, like, I'll have a dev day where I just work on making that version for you guys. But I think you'll be okay in 99.9% of cases. All right. This is super cool, guys. Go ahead and get rid of that. Hold on. I'm a little paranoid that this isn't going to work, so let me just make sure it runs all the way through again. It wasn't, but maybe it's fine. If there were going to be errors, it would probably show up in the first instance of this, I think. I think we're good. Cool. Goodbye, stream music. That is an awesome day with awesome progress and potentially saving me obscene amounts of time. The fact that I can now potentially, assuming this test works and I get a positive result, I will be able to kick off batches of this stuff and just have it done. I am super stoked, guys. Anywho, that is where I'm ending it today, folks. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn some game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters over on Ko-fi. Thank you so, so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an awesome day. Take care, everyone.